I have less than 3 weeks before my first FIDE-rated OTB over-the-board tournament in about a year. The last time I played in a FIDE-rated tournament, my rating went down, 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 down. Like the last several tournaments, it just kept going down. I lost like 100 points or more in a couple of tournaments. So my current FIDE rating is 2003. Now, that's not even close to the 2,500 requirement for the Grandmaster title. So this is going to be a long journey, but I'm going to keep you guys updated. And I'm going to be doing a lot of training games live that you guys can follow along, which is what we're doing tonight. I'm going to be playing 15-10 rapid games, and I'm really going to focus today on trying to make good decisions, right? The decision-making process when you're in those critical moments. Are you going to choose to attack? Are you going to choose to defend? Are you going to sacrifice the piece or not? Those are the decisions that win and lose games, okay? So here we go. Music Master Genius. We're going to play D4. I am going to stick with the Veresov for now. We've been having some good success with it. So let's go knight to C3 and bishop to G5, assuming we see D5. Yes, okay. So this is the Veresov. New opening I've been learning. Usually I'm an E4 player, but I'm trying to become a little bit less predictable. That's one thing too when it comes to playing at a high level. People like to study your games. They like to pull you up on ChessBase and see what you played in the last tournament. And I think having a wide variety of openings is going to help me a lot to avoid walking into some crazy preparation. Okay, let's go knight F3. And we might transpose to some sort of a French defense here, which we've seen before, right? Let's see if they're going to go for it or not. This should be for, okay, so yeah, this is, I think we could still transpose to some sort of a French. Now, is it a good version or a bad version? I have no idea because I'm not familiar with these French positions really at all. So, of course, if we go here now, I think we just lose a pawn. We can always go E3, bishop D3, and kind of take our time, which is probably fine. I'm looking at the move queen D3, though, to support and then get ready to castle quickly. That's kind of interesting. Is that a good decision, though? I don't know. I think we should just play E3. I think we should just play E3, bring the bishop castle kingside. I don't think we should do anything crazy here. And I will probably trade this rather than, for example, let them do this and jump their knight into E4 because that's going to be really annoying. So I am prepared to give up this bishop for this knight if I see H6 here. Ryan's gained 117 ELO this week with Chess Vibes Academy. Wow. That's awesome, dude. And Steven broke 1,500. All right. They castle. So if they play H6 now, we can always think about things like this. So I'm going to go bishop D3. I mean, this can't be a bad move, right? This can't be. We're putting the bishop on a good square. We're developing a piece. We're lining up on the king. I'm still keeping my options open. I've not committed here yet. So we could do a fishing pole style trap, maybe. You can also consider the move knight E5, which is nice because it opens up the queen. And even the f-pawn can go forward and support it. So definitely keeping my eye on this move as well. So I think our position is real solid here. Okay, so they do go with H6. So yeah, very interesting decision here. Option one, we take. They take. We play something like knight E5, F4. Fine. Option 2, we go back. Now G5 is much more risky for them because their king is here. So this is definitely an option. However, fishing pole trap, takes. Where's the knight going to go? If it jumps in here, let's just say I take it. Or actually, let's say I go here with the idea of immediately going here and checkmating. Let's say the queen comes out. The other way to do it is take with the knight and then try to figure out how to get the queen over there and get rid of this knight. Okay, hold everything. It's too bad that there's this move knight e4, right? It's just too bad because if they didn't have knight e4, this would be just an easy decision to make here. Knight e4 is the only thing. So let's go ahead one more time. Knight e4, what can I potentially play? Yeah, the issue is how do I get my queen over here without letting black's queen take this and stop me with my knight there, right? That's what we have to figure out. So knight d2, queen g5 is the issue. If they take me, I think we just win. Queen h5 probably just wins. Yeah, for sure. So queen g5. I take with either the knight or the bishop. Let's say I take with the knight and I have a bishop here. There's going to be like f5 moves though. If I take with the bishop first and then a knight goes here, the queen has to move. But again, how does my queen get over here? Okay, so since I don't see a way to make it work, I'm going to go back. And I think this is like what I'm talking about with trying to make good decisions, right? Like I feel like the old Nelson would have been like, who cares? H4, just push it anyway. And I'm trying to like, no, if there's nothing there, like it's okay. Just make a good move and we'll check it after the game and see if we miss something, fine, we missed something. But I'm not going to just hope that it works out. I'm going to try to make the smart decision. And I don't think G5 is even in the question here because I will sack this knight so fast because that's totally different. Now I'm only giving up a knight for 2 pawns, very different than a bishop for 1 pawn, and completely obliterate the king. The bishop is still there where the queen can come over later after we trade. Like everything just looks so much better. So definitely not worried about G5. I'm expecting a move like knight D7, C5, maybe rook e8, but probably one of these. Yeah, okay, that's what we thought. All right. I really would love to castle queenside and play this move. So how do we do that? Queen on here or here. I know that c5 is coming, but do I care? Alternatively, okay, castling kingside is not bad, but I can't attack as easily. Or we just leave the king here. Maybe even just tuck it to the side if we have to. We don't even castle. We just do this and attack with the g file. G4, yeah, G4 is actually not a bad idea. On G5, I think we still sack. Mm-hmm. I'd like to deal with this. And actually, if we have the pawn here, then c5 doesn't really do much. We have so much support here. Of course, c4 could happen, but I don't think that's great for black, is it? I don't know. I'm kind of struggling at this moment here, guys. I really want to play g4, g5, rook g1, but something is telling me that might not be the best decision. But I don't know. The pawn is on h6, so this is a really easy target for a hook. This is called a hook, so we can quickly and easily open up the king side here. All right, let's play g4. I don't think this is too crazy of a move. I think this actually makes a lot of sense. Because if the pawn's not on h6, it's a different story. Now it's like, well, even if you go there, they just move their knight and you still have to figure out what you're doing. But in this case, they can't stop you from opening up the g file, right? You're either going to take the knight or the pawn, or they're going to take you. Either way, it just opens everything up. So I'm trying to play make good decisions, but I'm still going to play aggressive if I can, right? I'm not going to necessarily never play aggressive. I just want to try to do it in a good way. And I think this makes sense. Now, I could be way off here. We'll see. But I have quite a few pieces that are ready to attack. Once we play g5, get the rook on g1, we got a lot of pieces ready to go here. g5, I'm going to take it and keep this annoying pin. Queen can come over with the bishop. Then we could castle if we need to. Yeah, Chess 5's Academy will reopen either July or August. I'm not sure if we've set an exact date, but it'll be sometime around there. I'm expecting, well, I was going to be expecting the move c5, but I don't know if black's going to ignore this now. They might. They could play g5, make me sack. If they play g5 and I don't sack, then they could probably get away with taking the pawn. Now, I wouldn't mind that position either, because I could play h4 and then we open up the h file. So that's actually not out of the question. But I kind of just like the immediate sack here because this pin is pretty annoying. Then it gives me a very clear follow-up, queen f3, putting more pressure on that knight and getting ready to swing over and potentially get ready for some kind of checkmating attack. So, yeah, either way, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, okay, so there you go. Yeah, I mean, we already kind of calculated it, so here we go. And by the way, a knight for 2 pawns is not like that bad of a trade. I mean, if you think about it, pawns being worth 1 point, knights being worth 3 points, it's kind of like just sacking a pawn, right? So even if we did somehow end up in an endgame, I could still play with 2 pawns against a knight. Now, of course, the knight's probably going to be better, but it's not the end of the world. And you have to realize, like, for the rest of the game, this king is going to be weak. And it's impossible to kind of see all that's going to happen over the next several moves of the game. So you kind of have to use your intuition a little bit sometimes in these types of sacrifices and just say, okay, I have long-term compensation and that's worth something. And I think it's definitely worth sacking the knight here. So black has to be careful with the pin, right? Because you don't have the pawn supporting the knight. So if you, for example, move your knight away, yeah, so they are dealing with it by bringing the bishop back, which is probably smart. Now, queen f3 is the move that I would love to play. Let's just see what happens on knight takes g4. We take, they take, we have h4. We're great, so they can't do that. Maybe knight e4, knight somewhere else. Yeah, actually on knight e4, I could even, let's see, takes, queen takes, there's checkmate. Yeah, this is hard for them to stop. So I think queen f3 is the move. Let's just see if there's any other candidate moves we should consider. Bishop h6, g5. Bishop h6, g5 is interesting because where does the knight go? You go here. Queen h5. Wow, that's actually interesting too. I mean, I think I just like the immediate queen f3, but bishop h6. So g5, let's just make sure the knight can't move here or here. Oh, no. It could go to e4, h7. That's it. If it goes to e4, well, we just take it. Now we have 3 pawns. And we still have the attack. If it goes to h7, we could even take it and play queen h5. Or we don't have to take, we just go queen h5 right away. Then they could play knight f8. Actually, could they play that? We would take, no, we would just take and win. That's pretty good too. Wow. Okay, so I have 2 really good options. Which one is better? Let me think what black's going to try to do in both cases to defend. If queen f3, what do you do if you're black? Probably counterattack. You play something like c5. You're going to try to chase the bishop. So queen f3, c5. Queen h3 actually does not lead to a checkmate because the knight's just going to sit there. And if we take it, they take back. And then once they chase me away, what am I going to do with my bishop? We don't want to do that. So queen f3, c5, I guess we have to take it. If the knight takes, we can castle, but we're losing this attacking bishop. So maybe we do want to go for the immediate threats. Okay, I've changed my mind here. Let's just check one last time. There, g5, knight h7, queen h5 looks very dangerous. Because how do you deal with my threat there? Oh, you could play knight f8. Hold on. You could play knight f8. Because if I take it like I was thinking, you actually could take with the knight. But then h4, we're going to castle. Okay, that's still fine. Let's go. I like this. And I don't think they can ever really take the pawn because then it opens up the g file. So we don't really have to worry about the pawn getting captured. So my plan is g5. And the knight is not going to have a lot of options. It's probably going to go to h7. But I'm thinking we go queen here immediately. We could also take first and then go there. I don't like giving up the bishop though, but it creates that. If they go back to g8, what's the follow-up? Yeah, I don't actually see a clear follow-up. So I think we leave the bishop on the board. So queen h5, let's say knight f8. Yeah, still got to figure out how we're going to bust through. But we could even just like, I don't know, castle and then start throwing the pawns forward. Or figure out a way to get a rook into the attack. Just takes a while, right? Ah, you know what? Oh, hey, hold on. You know what? G6. I'm going to have G6. I just noticed that. G6 is going to be an amazing move. It's going to blow everything open, actually. Yeah, because then however it gets traded, then we can use the rooks. Okay. No, this is looking better and better. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I didn't see all this stuff in this position. I just didn't see it all. But my intuition was telling me, like, there's going to be some more stuff that shows up in the future. You just have to kind of trust that. And sure enough, now I'm starting to kind of see it. Now, I suppose if Black really wanted to, they could let me take this and try to generate some counterplay, but I don't know if that's really a good idea. Yeah, so FIDE rating is just like the international ratings instead of, so I'm in the United States, so I have a United States rating, and then FIDE rating is international. So usually usually USCF ratings are higher than FIDE ratings. And so, okay, so they do go rookie 8. Let's go ahead with G5. So yeah, FIDE rating, I'm 2003, and I have to be 2,500 for a GM. Not to mention, you also have to have 3 GM norms, but forget about the norms for a second. We just got to get the rating up there for now. That's my main goal. We'll deal with norms once I can start like beating GMs and stuff. How do you train your brain to visualize the Yeah, you just have to practice it a lot. And then I think what some really strong players do, I don't generally do this often. Very rarely will I do this, but some people like just close their eyes or kind of like look off, and they'll calculate in their mind blindfolded, because it's actually a little easier in a sense, because the pieces don't get stuck in your way. When you're looking at a board, sometimes there's the knight has already been captured or moved or whatever, but it's just because it's still sitting there, your brain sort of like messes up. You can make mistakes that way. If you close your eyes and kind of visualize what's happening, you don't have that problem. However, not everybody can visualize blindfold like that well. So and I think I'm kind of like that. Like, I can do it, but I don't feel like it's faster or easier than if I'm just looking at the board. So I don't generally do it, but that's another strategy, I think. Whoa, Chris. Thank you to you and your team. No doubt these past 2 weeks have been very busy. You invite us into your space while you pursue Grandmaster, enjoying Chess 5's Academy, breaking 1500. Ponziani, as long as the opponent does not play C5. Man, thanks a lot. Wow. Appreciate that. Yes, you're right. It has been very busy, but it's been fun. I really enjoy helping people learn and improve and share what I've learned. So I like it, but yeah, it has been busy. So I appreciate that, Chris. Thanks a lot, man. Okay, he goes for knight e4. So basically saying, I'm going to give you a pawn and try to slow down your attack here. So we've got two options. We could give up the bishop with the idea that the knight might be able to make use of this square, or we give up the knight and keep this very powerful bishop. I generally speaking, you're going to want to keep the bishop. So I'm definitely leaning towards taking with the knight. It's interesting, though, because knight f6 is not a bad idea either. With a rook on g1, like that could be pretty good too. But I think I should probably keep the bishop, because bishop there, queen h5. I mean, that's just a quick and easy checkmate if we can do that. So let's... Oh, and like I said, I'm not even worried about bishop g5 because rook g1. So let's go ahead and take this way. Okay, so we want to go here. We want to go here and checkmate the king. If the knight tries to stop us, we will just take it. Black's pieces are really uncoordinated right now. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Meanwhile, I have a very clear plan. I can even castle if I need more pieces and push the H pawn or the F pawn, or like we talked about earlier, G6. Very good move. Rook G1. Yeah, this is a great position, I think. I think it's been a while since we've had a red super chat. I'm going to be curious to see what Stockfish said about some of these decisions, though. Like, particularly G4. Like, did Black have some way to deal with this? Or was this actually just a good plan? Also, here, could I have played H4 instead of going back? Right? I think this one made sense, but I don't know. It'll be interesting too. Maybe Stockfish says, no, you should have gone here and played H4. Like, that would have been a different way to attack as well. Keep the pieces, not sacrifice the pieces. Opponent's getting low on time, 2.5 minutes. So they're going to have to start making some quicker decisions. And it's not an easy position to do that. Okay, so I don't think I want to take it. And the reason I don't think I want to take it is well, I already talked about how I wanted to checkmate the king here and here. Well, if I take the bishop, then the knight's going to be covering that, right? And it's not as easy. So I think I'm just going to go queen h5. And the problem for Black is all of their moves that you might even try to consider. For example, f5 to shut out my bishop, I have en passant, and guess what? Now you have a rook to deal with. If you take and think if I take, you're going to put your knight there, I'll probably just take with the pawn, and guess what? Now you have a rook to deal with. So this rook g1 thing is a huge deal, and I don't see how Black can deal with it. Bishop g7? Check. He's going to try to run. Interesting. Oh, okay. No. So, yeah, there's a forced checkmate, I think. This is actually a very instructive pattern. So you guys should pause the video, or well, if you can pause the live stream, but try to solve this. How do we check? I think we have a forced checkmate. I'm going to just verify. Yeah, we do. This is a common pattern. I'm gonna wait a few seconds so people in chat can try to find it. This is a common pattern that, yeah, it's very helpful to know this one. All right. Is it 100% forced? Yes. Well, I'm going to take their bishop. And if they take me back, it's forced. If they don't take me back, okay, yeah. If they would have done something else, maybe there's some other move, but I don't think so because I was threatening checkmate there too. So, yeah, if you want, now you can try to calculate from here. It's a mate in 1, 2, 3, 4. It's mate in 5, but it's not that difficult. I mean, it's 5 moves, but it's pretty easy. If you know the pattern, it's pretty easy. All right, let's go ahead. So basically what I was initially thinking is check here, but then the king is going to run and I can go check, but the king just gets away and I can't go here because the knight, and it looks like, the king might escape. So we do not want to let the king run away. Okay, that's the first thing you need to understand. So we're going to go here. This forces the king to go straight back. Now, you might think, well, yeah, but he's still going to run when we go here. Next move, right? So somebody said it. But what you do is you bring the bishop first to force the king in the corner. Now you've set up a discover check. You can go back here. And it's important that we go to g6 and not somewhere else. Because now when we go check and they run, look where our bishop is. It's supporting f7. We have check and mate. So that's a good one. That's pretty common, actually, when you're attacking with the queen and the bishop. You bring the bishop in first, then you drop it back, then you can do the little deal with the queen. So good one to know. Okay. Pretty good game, I think. All right, so we had 87 accuracy. There was a couple of moments Stockfish was like, no, I don't agree. So let's see. Okay. So yeah, e3 was a good decision here. Bishop d3, good decision there. Okay, yeah, so Stockfish does say going back. Now let's just see. If I would have played h4, interesting. Stockfish actually says Black's best move is to not take it. So I'm curious. If they would have gone, let's say, what was the move I was considering? Knight e4, right? We go knight e5, and if they take the pawn, what's the move here? See, this is why I didn't, this is why I wouldn't have played it, and this is what Stockfish found that I didn't see. g4. What is this move? That's the only good move for white to keep the advantage. What is this move? g4? They can't take you because they open up the bishop, so now you can go check. Why does it want to do that? What is wrong with Stockfish? What does it do? Come on, you just want a perpetual? It wanted to throw in the check for I don't know what reason. Okay. Anyway, then it wants to take and play king e2. Okay. I mean, I don't know what Stockfish is doing. I don't. It just wants to like throw the pawns forward, give up the rook, and then somehow use the h file, I guess, to checkmate the king. Which, okay, sure. I guess you can do that, but I did not even think about this move. g4. I guess the point is you don't want to let the queen come in and start doing their own stuff, so you just play g4. And you don't worry about this because who cares about a rook? You just... Stockfish is so weird. All right. So, okay, I could have played h4. We could have played h4 and been fine. Anyway, I went back. Ooh, okay, yeah. Stockfish says, no, you should have just castled. Let's see why. Why is this bad? If they would have just ignored me and played c5, let's say I would have played g5. Takes. c4. Oh, okay. So by pushing this pawn, they forced this really powerful bishop back. And now I can still attack, but it's not going to be nearly as effective as when this bishop is in the game. And so that was the key thing that Black needed to play that they did not see. Or they decided not to do it. I don't know if they saw it or not. They went with g5 instead. So back to the game here. And yeah, so Stockfish does say bishop back was the best option. And even if they take you, yeah, this is what I was thinking, h4. And the nice thing about attacking this way, let's say they play c5 or something, is you don't actually lose a piece. And you just get to, yeah, the knight can jump in, the bishop can go here and be annoying, but this is very dangerous attack. Now the queen is going to come over. Fascinating. Okay, so that's what it would have done. This, it's a blunder, but I still have a pretty equal position. Yeah, that was the huge blunder. And we did see why. Apparently e5 is what Black needed to do. Yeah, you have to try to shut down this bishop. And if I take you, then your knight gets to jump in again, getting rid of the powerful bishop. Wow, interesting position. Okay, but they went here. We go here. We chase the knight. They go up. Apparently, you can even just immediately go queen h5. Oops, not king h5, queen h5, and have an even stronger position. But okay, this is still pretty good. Yeah, and then it's a forced checkmate. So yeah, this is definitely one mate in 5 you want to remember, because I think a lot of people here would only look at queen h7 and only look at this line. And now like your advantage is starting to go away because the king is getting away. So that's why you got to work on your mating puzzles. We'll do some of this stuff actually probably in the upcoming boot camp in Chess 5's Academy. So those of you guys who are already in there, stay on the lookout for that. Okay. All right. Good first game. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. What opening was it? That was the Veresov. Okay, we got another 2,000. Let me just check quickly. Ooh, 950 in bullet. And they're on an upward streak. Yeah, I don't think we should play this person. That looks like rice all over it. They have a bunch of 95 accuracy games. But they're 950 in bullet. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. That was a good shot. I almost moved too. I'm glad I checked. I think we've played this person, right? This name looks familiar. Didn't we play them before? Did we not play them? Why does that name look so familiar? Doesn't say that we have a record against them. Okay. Okay, let's play. We said we were going to try the Caro-Kann. Let's try it. Let's try it. Okay. Now, I'm not a Caro-Kann expert, so this is dangerous, but we're going to try to make good decisions. We're going to just play normal moves and we should be okay. So the 2 knights, I don't think we have to worry about this. There's like one trick as far as I'm aware. There's like one trick. Queen e2 is like the only trick. If they play queen e2 and you play knight here, you get checkmated. Yeah. Don't play knight here. Okay, you guys see that? Don't play knight here. That's the one trick. But I'm pretty sure what we can do instead is just take it and then play knight here. And just reroute the knight. And we're fine. You just have to dodge the smothered mate. Okay, so let's see. We go here. Do they have any tricks? I don't think so. 95 might be a trick. Oh, that is a trick. But we can just play e6. I mean, I don't think it's... Actually, can we... Hold up. What if we sack our queen, then take their queen? So we'd be winning a pawn. No, then we're going to lose a pawn and have a bad position. So unfortunately, we can't do that. So I guess we have to go e6, which maybe was a mistake. I'm not sure. See, this is where knowing your openings would be helpful. I'm not sure, but we're going to just play the move that stops the checkmate. How does that sound? Yeah, let's do that. I don't like that I blocked this bishop because I think when you play the Caro-Kann, you're supposed to like try to get the bishop out, right? But I don't know any of this theory, so unfortunately, we'll have to check it after the game. Okay, he goes back. We could bring our queen up. I don't know what the point is. We could just attack the knight, which looks very logical. We can play bishop c5 to stop d4, but there's going to be c3 anyway. I mean, bishop e7 castles, but it just feels like, why are we giving white this nice position? Is there no way we can can fight back for this. Let's see. Bishop d6, d4 looks pretty good for white though, right? Because if we take, they take. Our knight can jump over here, but is that so good for us? I don't know. So let's say here, here. Okay, what if I go queen c7, d4, b5? Bishop goes back, bishop goes to b7. Bishop here, I have bishop d6, and then I want to play c5 and open up my bishop. Any tactics with f7? No. Anything to worry about? Not if my bishop's on d6. b5 will castle. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I like it. I like it. We're going to go b5, bishop, b6. We're going to get this bishop on this diagonal. I could even potentially start with this and then wait and see if I want this bishop to go here or here. It's most likely going to go here, but you never know. Yep, d4. That's what we thought. Just got to make sure there's no tactics in this position. Okay, I don't see any. Knight takes c6 is a clever move, but I just take his bishop, right? So, of course, we can't take because of the pin. Of course, if they sack first, we just go bishop d7. I don't see anything there. I'm just going to go bishop b7 next. Bishop f4, bishop d6. Castles. Or castles. I wouldn't be opposed to castling this way, maybe. But probably this way. Yeah, so the title of the stream is I have less than 3 weeks before my first OTB tournament. So I'm trying to do some training games and get ready for it. Okay, he goes back this way. Interesting. Interesting decision. So this is actually a threat now, right? This is a threat. So I'm going to go bishop b7. So then I could take with the bishop. Okay, what's white going to do? I mean, you've got to get the bishop out, right? Or castle. I'm going to go here, I think. I don't know. Castling this way doesn't look so bad. It's risky. It's definitely risky casting when your pawns are up like this, but I guess this is easy to deal with. You just play c3. Yeah, I'm probably not. I shouldn't do this. Bishop d6. Castles. Maybe a6, c5 is a good plan too. They're thinking a lot here. They're thinking a lot. Could I ever play in the candidates? Oh, probably not. I mean, maybe if I made it like my life's mission to do that, maybe, but I kind of doubt it. And I think once I get GM, if I get GM, I should say, I'm gonna be happy with that. I don't think I'm gonna try to like go for, you know, go from GM to top GM. Like that's an even bigger exponential jump, right? Okay, bishop d6 seems very reasonable. Now there is going to be maybe the chance of f4, but even still, the bishop's not awful in d6. The problem with bishop b7 is then bishop f4, and I'm going to have to deal with that somehow. So I think we just go here. We do have our bishops lining up on the king side. Yeah, so the the games from the tournaments this time are going to be a little different than last time. I'm not going to even try to record live footage like I did last time. I think that really negatively affected me because I was having to get to the games early to set up the camera. I had a bunch of stuff to take down after the games, and I was like trying to upload it quickly and send it to people who could do commentary on it. And I was like tired. I wasn't resting and had all these other things on my mind. And I don't think that helped the situation at all. And so this time I'm just gonna play the games, and then do recaps after myself and just say, hey guys, here's the game. This is what happened. Let me explain what I was thinking, and yeah, just take off all of that extra stuff during the tournaments. I was not expecting this move. This is a interesting move. I mean, I guess we just go a6 and don't worry about it. If they take me, I take back and I'm happy. So I mean, I could push, but why would I do that? There's no problem here. Is there? Takes, check. I just move somewhere. Yeah, let's do it. We don't have to overthink that. And this opens up my bishop, which I would be very happy to see. So I don't think white's going to do that. I think there's zero chance that they actually take this pawn. Do you have to go to IM before going to GM? No, I don't think you have to, but what's probably going to happen is so the requirement for international master is 2400 rated FIDE. So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to hit 2400 obviously before I hit 2500, and there's going to be however much time it takes me to get another 100 rating points. But in that time, if I get 3 IM norms at tournaments, I might just become an IM before a GM, regardless of if I was trying to or not. Now, I think technically, as far as I understand, you could just, if you somehow beat everybody you played, just skyrocketed to past 2,500, got 3 norms, like, okay, great. You apply for the GM title and you have it. And I don't think you would have to do IM, but I mean, probably if I get the IM title along the way, I'm going to take it, right? And then keep trying for GM, but I'll take the IM title and be happy for that too. So most likely it'll just happen. I'm just not making that my target because it just sounds better to try for GM, but we'll see. Do you remember when you were 14 or 1500? Yeah. I mean, I remember like some critical moments in my chess career. What? Why would they take? Am I missing something? That is so weird. I mean, open up my queen, open up my bishop. just so you can open up your rook, which is not doing anything. I don't know if I'm missing something or what. That just looks good for me. I just move. I don't know. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I mean, I almost wonder if they thought I was going to castle queenside and they were just like trying to stop that or something, like trying to discourage me from castling queenside. That's kind of what it looks like. I mean, otherwise, why would you do this? Or they're just going to play c4 now and just keep attacking this area of the board, which I guess makes some sense, maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe c4 if that's what their idea was. Oh, never mind. C3. I don't know what their idea was. Okay. All right. So I guess we're just gonna castle. I mean, of course, we could take it and threaten to checkmate, but that's super easy for them to deal with. So we're not going to do that. I don't think I'm going to do anything crazy like castling here. This knight's pretty annoying, but I want my king to be out of the center, I believe, before we try to get rid of it. I could play rook d8. Yeah, rook d8 is actually interesting. My only concern with castling is, can they attack me? Like, does bishop g5 lead to an attack on my king? And I think it kind of does, actually. I think I'm going to play a sort of a waiting move, so to speak, because I'm just not ready. I'm just not ready for that. I want to make them waste a move getting their bishop out. Then maybe I'll castle, because then bishop g5 is one move slower. Also, I have some crazy ideas. I'm going to hold off on saying them just for a second. I have some crazy ideas. Well, someone in chat actually said my crazy idea. Kafka. It's exactly what I was thinking. But I kind of want to see what White's next move is before I decide if I want to do that or not. This move is like, okay, even if I castle, fine, that's still probably a good move. But if I do want to do it, okay, this didn't really hurt me. But let's see what White's can do with this bishop, because they could really have a lot of decisions to make. Okay, so there's the bishop g5 move. Now, the interesting thing is I have not castled, so I could play h6. And if you take me, then you've opened up the g file. And guess what? I do not believe White's going to be surviving that. If they go back, g5, followed by h5, h4. If they take, I take. What's the deal? They want to sack here? No, that doesn't do anything. No, I don't think they have anything here. Let's do it. They're not going to take, right? There's no way they're going to take. Maybe they're just going to go back and they think that they've created a weakness on my king side. That makes sense. I should play blindfolded for one of my videos. I guess I could try that. Not at this level. I could try it against someone else. So blindfold is actually really easy at the start of the game, and then it gets really challenging at the end of the game. And it's because as the game goes on, you have to keeping track of all the details of like, okay, which pieces have been captured, which pieces have not been captured, which pieces have been moved. Was that pawn on a3 pushed up or not? Like, you know, all those like little things that you could just look at the board and just see that you don't have to remember. You have to remember. So it's kind of annoying the longer the game goes, is what I found. Okay, so white is really thinking about what they're going to do with the bishop. Back here, trade, or back here. Okay, so we're going to, I guess, attack. And I guess my king is going to stay in the middle, or maybe it's going to tuck over on f8 or something. But g5, I don't think I can pass up this opportunity. I don't think I can pass it up. And again, notice I'm not trying to force this. I'm just kind of like going with the position. Like they just put their bishop there. They gave me literally 2 free tempos. And now I'm going to have another one threatening to trap it. So it's kind of like I'm trying to just go with what the position is telling me to play, basically. I think I'm doing a good job of that. We'll see. I'm looking at these things, but my queen's a pretty good defender, you know, on the 7th rank. So I don't think there's going to be much that I have to worry about there. Bishop's defended. I mean, everything is defended. Bishops are very well positioned for the attack with the pawns. I think they have a nice position. Ryan says, make an account called Blind Bobby Fischer. That's pretty funny. So h4, of course, is our next move if white doesn't stop us. Normally, you would consider h4 and h3 as options. h3, I guess we attack it, it goes back, and then we push anyway. Or maybe we go rook g8 first and then push. h4, I think I would play rook g8 because I want to take, but I don't want to take just yet because then I have to deal with this annoying thing. So I'd probably want to have my rook in position. They go with h3. So let's attack it. So if we do it now, it is a pawn sacrifice. Now, then we have h3. So I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I'm just thinking about it. The other option is, like I said, we go rook g8 first. The thing about rook g8 first is what if they play f3? Do I lose my opportunity? Probably have other opportunities in that position. But this one looks really good, right? So here's the thing. They're not going to let me take this and open this up. No way. So they're going to take. But once I push, if you don't do anything, I'm going to take it. If you push by, now you've trapped your bishop. If you take, my rook is coming in. Yeah, it looks really good. And if you take with the knight, yeah, then... Actually, what if you take with the knight? I don't have this. I could do that and play rook g8. Okay, let's go. Let's go. See, this is why... You remember earlier when white captured here and I was like, yeah, I don't think they want to open up their bishop? Like, you see why it's so dangerous now. I mean, imagine if these pawns were still on the board. Now, I could still play c5 at some point, but it's going to cost me a move. I'd be one move behind. Now I don't even have to waste my time. I already have the bishop lined up. But don't... And that the fact that this is open doesn't really help white at all. I don't think that was the right decision there. Do I think 2,000 to 2,200 FIDE will be quite smooth? That's a good question. So I was 2173 FIDE in the past when I used to play and I was younger and, you know. So I think I should definitely be able to get up there. I think the biggest thing for me is going to be how long is it going to take me to get my openings under control? Because like right now, there's still a lot of openings that I don't know. And that's kind of a weak spot. Okay, so what did I say? We could either take here first, check, and they have to take with the knight, and then go rook g8. We could take here, but then takes, the queen comes over. I actually couldn't play rook g8, so I think the way to do it is to force the knight to go back and then swing the rook over. So yeah, we force that. We play rook g8. Okay, so we have an immediate threat. Knight g4, I think... What would I do against knight g4, actually? Takes an h3. Yes, somehow we have to get through here. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Oh, f3. Okay. So I'm trying to come up with the candidate moves, right? Like what are the moves that you should consider? And then you calculate variations and you try to find the best one. So one candidate move is king e7. Why would that be a candidate move? Well, because I need this rook to be able to come over. Another would be rook here because I want to come this way. Another would be here because I want my knight to come in. Another would be here, just increasing the pressure right away. So there's a lot of candidate moves. Knight d5 is another one. Centralizing the knight. But if I'm going to go there to go here, I may as well go to h5 and have two more options. So I think knight h5 looks really good. What is white going to do, though? What is white going to do? Let's just say... queen f2. I jump in, rook e1. It's not clear at all how I'm going to continue the attack. Let's say knight f4. That's very clear. Knight g4, there's f5. So watch out for this. So what if they play, oh, then we have the fork. Yeah, I think this is the way, guys. Yeah, I'm really torn because I really would love to play king e7 too because I want this rook to have access over there. Okay. How do they stop that? Rook e1? Oh, knight f4. Yeah, this has got to be the move. This just looks way too good to not be the move. Bishop b5, I didn't notice. But I think I would just ignore it. I think I would just ignore it and actually be in a great position. Yeah, it's a clever trick, but check this out. Actually, even king e7. Hold on. So king e7, I get the move I wanted anyway. The problem for white is you're going to have the bishop under attack and these threats to deal with. So where do I want my king to be? Let's think about this carefully. Yeah, I really think it's important that we can do this if we need to, because we might be sacking this rook, and we're gonna be really happy to follow that up with another rook in some cases. So I actually love this now, because now white has a big problem. You have this problem, and you have this problem at the same time. So I kind of missed bishop b5, but it worked out in my favor. What could white possibly do? Queen e5 and just say, hey, go ahead, take my piece? They're not going to have a good position, though. Okay. Knight f4 looks really strong. Let's see, knight f4. I mean, that I'm just crashing through. Even if this happens, it's just a trade. That doesn't even bother me. But I mean, they can't even do it right now because the queen's under attack, right? So you have to move your queen. And then I can either take with the rook or the knight, or I can take here with check. The problem with that is the king just moves. And then what? I don't know what I gained from doing that. I'm probably going to take here, have him take. And then we're checkmating with the rook and the queen somehow, I bet. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Man, I'm so close to having a really cool checkmate. Let's see. Maybe I still have one. Hold on. It's so close, guys. Is knight g4. We have knight h5, but is it a forced checkmate? I think it's a forced checkmate. No, knight f2. Okay, but no, it should be, let's see. This doesn't matter, right? Because they can't take it. This is checkmate. Checkmate. They have to play knight g4. They have to play knight g4. Unfortunately, the rook is defending this pawn. Otherwise, we could definitely sneak through here. But because that is defending, I think we just go knight h5 and we jump into g3. How are they going to stop me? They don't have any checks. This is literally a checkmate. So they would have to cover this square, which they cannot do. So the only move would be knight f2. Now then I can play bishop f3. Or rook f2. So then I'm just going to take it and just trying to decide, does it, like, should I take here first and then do this? Knight f2, I take here, and that's it. So they're going to play rook f2. Oh, I guess I could. I mean, of course, I could just take the rook. I could just take the rook. They take me, and then I go back. Okay, that's it. That's easy. That's easy. Easy, easy. I don't know why I'm making it harder than it needs to be. Okay, that was a pretty good attack. That was a pretty good attack. I don't know. It felt like we just sort of like slowly built it up. You know, we lined up the bishops. We got everything in position. We delayed the castling. We threw the pawns. We opened up the G file. Brought the knight around. Like, I don't know. It just felt pretty good, guys. It felt pretty good. What do you think? Let me know. Was this a good game? Maybe I should let it finish, but I think it's over. Yeah, so he goes rook here. I think, what did I say I was going to play against this? Ooh. You know what I can play against this, guys? What if I take with this rook? I'm still threatening the checkmate, so you have to take me. Then I take here with the bishop. You have to stop this, so you have to play knight e4. Yeah, it's over. It's over. What a cool checkmate. I'm basically, look, I'm just defending my rook, which is trapping the king, and my knight's going to deliver the checkmate, and you can't stop me if you're white. You can't stop it. You can go here, but I just take it. And then I do it next move. That is so cool. That is so cool. Brilliant move. Brilliant move, guys. Okay, let's see. Ooh. This was, okay, this was an opening that I didn't even know if I was playing it right. I didn't even have a clue if I was playing it right. Wow. The only thing that I knew was that this is a blunder that loses the game. That's literally all I knew about this opening. So I took it. 97 was fine. At f6. Yeah, this is a little trap, but if you just play e6, you have a great position. Queen c7. Stockfish doesn't mind it. So Stockfish wouldn't have gone immediately for that, but it's okay. Yeah, this was not a good decision. They lost a little bit of their advantage. Stockfish would have castled. But now here, Stockfish says, yes, you can definitely do this. This is a legitimate plan. It wanted me to trade here. and then play g5? This is so scary, though. No, that's so scary. Okay, apparently White's move, which they had to find to keep a big advantage, was f4. f4. And if I go here, oh my goodness. What in the world? Knight takes f7. If I take with either piece, I'm walking into a pin from the rook. What a... And even though I'm getting a piece here, Stockfish is like, I don't care. My attack is better than your attack. And they tuck the king in the corner. And apparently I have nothing, even though I have all the pieces. Wow. This is why humans can't beat computers, because who would think of this idea? Play f4 and sack your knight and give up this. I mean, what? It's crazy. Okay. They played a more human move. We just attacked. Stockfish says that's fine. This was the way. Rook g8. We got our rook over. Knight h5. Best move. Yep. Bring the piece. And then I did miss this. I got lucky that it didn't actually work for them, because if I would have taken it, it's actually very good for White. They get rid of the pawns. They get rid of my pesky knight, and I'm going to lose. But thankfully, king e7 allows the other rook. Knight f4. Yep. We did everything right. And brilliant. Oh, brilliant knight h5. Because we left our bishop. So we're coming in here. They have no way to stop it. It doesn't really matter if they take or not. Man, that's so cool. Okay. Let's do it again. I'm feeling pretty solid tonight. See if we can keep it going. We got White, against the chess vacuum. We've played the chess vacuum before. Last time we played, we mouse slipped and I lost. You guys remember that? I was trying to capture the pawn and I pushed it instead. French defense. Ooh. Let's try these bishop d3 lines. This is from the chess mood repertoire. We'll give it a try. Let's see if I can remember any of these lines. Okay, this one I know we take. And I know we just bring our bishop back here. Interesting move. I don't know what the point of that check is in this position. Is it to stop the knight coming out? Well, of course I'm going to gain a tempo on the bishop. There's no way I'm not going to play this move. So let's go ahead and do that. That's very, very strange little maneuver there. Must be some advanced level stuff or something. We're going to go knight e2. I'm going to check this move after the game. Is this actually like a line? Because it just looks like a wasted move to me. I play a move like that in the Scandinavian on the other side of the board where the king is there. But in the queen side, it's kind of like, that's usually a useful move, not a bad move. So I'm wondering about that. Okay. I want to play knight d2. I'm just not sure if now is the moment or what. Pretty sure it is. Let's try knight d2. I remember some ideas of trying to bring your knight to c4. So I'm going to go ahead with this plan. We'll check it after the game if I'm wrong, but the idea is to potentially jump the knight over here to c4. What's up, Derpy? Welcome. So I know they want to play e5. I just don't know if now is the time. Okay, they do that. I think I'm supposed to attack this bishop Because if we can attack the bishop and make it go back, surely we have succeeded, right? Surely we have succeeded in this opening. I'm assuming bishop e7 is going to happen, but then I think we just go like bishop f4 and be happy with our position. Oh, okay. So you're going to give me the bishop pair. Okay, interesting. You're just going to give it to me. Well, I think I should probably take it, right? We do have to watch out for e4. That's one thing, but I mean, I can always play g3 and then tuck the bishop back. Is that really what I'm supposed to do? Okay, let's get the bishop pair. Let's just do that first. And then I guess we take. The alternative is what? We don't take and just play g3? Because we can't let our bishop get trapped, right? The bishop is about to get trapped. Also, if we take, we have to worry about the knight coming in, which might be pretty annoying, actually. Bishop f5, knight d3. This is coming. Maybe I won't take, actually. Maybe I'll play knight g3. Stop this. Takes. Rook e8, though? What's happening there? What's happening there? It's been too long since I've looked at those videos. I don't remember. Okay. F3, D5, castle takes. No, I don't like that line. Maybe it's fine, but I don't think I like it. I think I'd rather just go back and be patient. Okay, we're going to go here. We're stopping this move. I mean, we're not really stopping it. I think they can still play it, but we would have options. We would have options at least. I don't know if I would take it, though. I think it's too dangerous with the rook coming over. I think what I would do is just go back. I believe our position is still quite solid. Now, was G3 a better option? I don't know. Yeah, I definitely think we're going back here. Okay, so what's my plan? Probably just castle, play F3, open things up for the bishops. Maybe even this plan. I think we're fine. I feel like the chess vacuum is very tricky with the openings. That's one thing I've noticed. They seem to be quite tricky with the openings. Alrighty. Is it time? Yep. Okay. F3. So when you have the bishop pair, you want the board to be open. So I'm going to try to do that. This seems like maybe a good way to do it. Bishop f4, not a bad idea either. I mean, the bishop looks pretty solid there. But I also feel like just doing this and getting the rook involved is maybe just the smart thing. So f3, taking, of course, I just take back. If they push, of course, I just take. The knight, I mean, whatever. I'm just going to chase it away if it goes there. If you play something like bishop f... No, you can't play bishop. Let's say rook e8. I take, you take. I take. I'm just trying to evaluate this position. After rook e8, and when I take, the knight comes in or the pawn captures, is that a good position for me? I think it is. I think it is. Because this looks really solid. I don't really have any weaknesses there that black can attack. And then my position is kind of set up for an attack on this section of the board. The bishops are lined up over there. The rooks, queen, like everybody is positioned. So it just seems like it makes sense to just open this up, right? Again, I'm trying to really just focus on these like decisions, just make good decisions, and hopefully the tactics will come out of that, and less blunders will come out of that. That's my mindset. I'm tempted to play b3 to shut down this knight, but then we have a weakness here that we create, right? Which I don't really want to do unless I have to. I think the smart thing is just leave it sit there for right now. I'm looking up our opponent's FIDE rating. $1956. Their FIDE rating is 1956, which hopefully gives you an idea of how crazy 2500 FIDE actually is, right? Like this person's 2445 on here. FIDE rating is 1950 something. I mean, and I have to get to 2500 FIDE for GM, which basically means I need to be able to beat this type of player consistently to have any chance of getting to 2500 FIDE consistently, not just like a lucky win every once in a while. That's wild. Okay, so interesting decision. They take the isolated pawn. Now it is. Oh, my OBS just disconnected. Are we back? Are we good? Are we live? Okay, I think we're live. Sorry if you lost the. Okay, good. Queen d6. Okay, so let's think about this. Bishop f4, we can't do it because there's a queen. Queen d3 is a move we could play. Looks pretty solid. Bishop g5, but I think I want to get the queen off the back. Yeah, I like queen d3. Then it sets up knight f5, actually. I actually like this one a lot. Let's... Yeah, because the thing about knight f5 is if you give me the bishop pair, now you really have to be careful. Like, it's one thing, two bishops against one bishop, but two bishops against two knights is usually the bishops are going to be very, very strong. So I would love to go here and force a trade like this. I could play b3. I'm actually thinking about b3 to take away this knight c4 move, but I guess there's no rush. If they go there, I will play b3 then, right? I don't know. Actually, a4, a5. Then you have this idea as well. Ooh, that's interesting too. Our position's nice. I mean, we could basically do whatever we want. I think this position's really good. H6. So knight f5, you're going to give me the bishops. You're just going to give me the bishops. If you don't and you move your queen, where do you move your queen to? Then we sack and checkmate the king. I think I should do it. I think I should take the bishop here. That's a big deal. Let's go. Okay, so they go for the trade, and now you're going to get to see bishops against knights. Which, as far as I'm aware, should be very, very good for the bishops. Obviously, the game is not over. We still have to be careful. If the knights find some outposts, that's a different story. But if I can prevent that and keep a grip on this, which this is the square that's concerning me the most. I think I see a nice move, though. I think I see a nice move. We gain a tempo. We gain a tempo on the queen. And then I'm thinking just swing the rook to the e-file. I don't know if I can get away with this. That might be too crazy. That's actually not a bad idea. Or even just rook f2, doubling up here. Okay, we do not want to trade queens. I mean, yes, bishops are still good, but I don't think I want to trade queens. We could trade queens, but let's not trade queens. So here, Knight jumps in, rook comes over. That's pretty good for me. There's going to be f5, which is annoying though. Yeah, this is actually annoying. 94 and f5. So how do we deal with that? How do we deal with 94 and f5? Hmm. See, that's what I was talking about. This is very bad if a knight gets a nice outpost like this. I have some ideas, but not sure. Okay, I'm going to do this. Basically, my logic is I want to undermine the d5 pawn with like b3 and c4 so that the knight is weak. But if I do it too soon, there's this knight jumping in. And so I'm going to get rid of the knight and then set this up and probably put my rook here. I don't think black has any threats per se, which is nice. They're not like going to do anything to my king or anything. So I can just kind of play this slow game. I mean, they can throw these pawns forward, but that's pretty risky. Now, maybe it's black's best chance. F5, G5, G4, you know, I don't know, but maybe I plant my bishop there. Of course, at some point, I could trade one of my bishops if we have to. Okay, so rook e1 would threaten bishop takes d6 because the knight is now pinned. So queen takes, then we win a pawn. Probably win the endgame. So rook e1, I think. I am up on time, so that's nice. So the immediate threat, bishop takes d6. I'm thinking we're going to see the move f5. I could be wrong, but f5, let's see. Takes, takes. Yeah, then it's defended. On f5, I'm thinking we maybe plant the bishop here, but then let's see, knight f7. Be right back, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, F5. Okay, I was expecting F5. All right. Bishop E5 is one move. I would love to play C4 and undermine this, but I think we just lose a pawn, right? Takes. Yeah, we just lose a pawn. If we take here now, the queen is going to take. Then I could play C4. Potentially get these pawns rolling. So maybe that's an option. Bishop E5, though. Knight F7 is kind of annoying. I hate to make this move. Like, I feel like this is the wrong move, but I also feel like I don't know what else to do. Because I think black is going to start pushing these pawns, and I just don't like that. I guess I can always wait and then take after G5 happens, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like taking and then C4. What about something like H? Is H4 crazy trying to stop this? I think you can still do it though, right? Actually, no, the knight is pinned. The knight is pinned. So H4 would stop. And then if I get H5, I'm actually gaining a lot of space. Rook C8 attacking here. I guess we do what? Do we have to go here? That looks awful. I really don't know what to do, guys. I am very torn here. Very torn. Okay, well, we don't want to lose on time. So practically got to make a decision, Nelson. You got to make a decision. All right, let's do it. We'll deal with rook c8 when it happens, but I want to try to stop this and gain the space here. This is one of those positions where I'm not very good at. I don't really know what the plan should be here, to be completely honest with you guys. Rook c8, I think I have an idea for that. So what else can black do? Something like queen f6, but then you run into potentially, actually, then I can just play h5. And we shut down the pawns with the en passant trick. It's one of those positions where like it's very difficult for both sides. I feel like we both kind of have a pretty solid position. Yeah, they're going to go for this. So I think I'm going to take now and play c4. This is what I was thinking. So I'm going to undermine the support of this annoying knight. Now, I don't love the weaknesses here that we've created, but I'm hoping that these pawns in the middle are going to be very strong. Oh, I'm threatening basically just take, and win a pawn. Alternatively, we consider pushing here and trying to use this 3 against 2 pawn majority. So yeah, both of these moves seem to be pretty good options for me. We do have a time advantage somehow. I don't think we want to let the rook in. That just looks like an awful decision. So I want to play c5. Knight d2 doesn't bother me. b6, yeah, I'm thinking about taking. Or just simple rook c1. If we take here, take d5, that's probably not good enough for me. My bishop's just not doing anything. The knight's too good. I think we have to get rid of it. I lose a pawn this way, but I like my pawn on d5 better than this pawn because my king is kind of. I guess black's king's not that far either. But I didn't see anything better than this. Maybe I missed it. I just didn't see anything else. We can fight for the b file. If they take me, I think I will take this way, and then I have a nice target here. If they don't take me, I'm going to double up and force the issue. The king can stop these. We get these, we're going to win. How do we lose this game? How do we lose this game? I'm going to go get this pawn. I have to watch out for this, but my king is right there. This ever pushes, I just go over. So they can't save this. So they're going to have to try to push somehow, but it's not that easy for them, right? I'm going to go get this pawn and try to win. Black's going to try to win here. Yeah. My plan is rook c7, d7, d8. Rook c7, f3, or e3, d7. You try to stop me, I go here. Doesn't this just win? Black's plan is pretty slow, right? Check, I go here. You push. I get a queen. Hold up. Here, check. Here. I get a queen, check. They get a queen. Oh. I could also take this. That's crazy. Okay, hold up. I push. They go there. What if I just go here? Check takes. Oh, is that the winning move? Just do this? Take it. Just take it. Trade the rooks. Oh, but the king's going to catch my pawn? So if I do this, they get a queen, I get a queen, but I'm probably mated or losing, so I have to trade it. I have to trade it. Man. We're going to try to get opposition. We're going to try to get opposition. I might be winning. Actually, I think I am winning. The reason I'm winning is because look at this. Look at this. The king can't stay there to guard the pawn, and my king's going to be able to invade as long as I do this right. Opposition. King goes there. I come here. Yeah. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win. This is better for me, this pawn configuration. I think I had to do it this way, though, to get opposition. If I would have let her get opposition. So here. A6 takes. That's a win. Here, A5 takes. King comes. Here takes. That's a win. Yeah, this should be a win. Here. Yep. Yeah, this is a win. So I get tricked, but I don't think so. I don't think there's any tricks left for black. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What a game. What a game. I'm really curious what the accuracy was on this thing. Okay. So we were never losing. At this one moment, black had a really small advantage, but we were never losing. So that's good. Let's just check it out. So opening, okay. Bishop to b4 check. Has this move ever been played in the master database? It's been played 4 times for some reason. Not a lot, obviously, very low percentage. And white won every single game. So it's not a great opening move. I'm not sure what was going on with that. Bishop d6 has been played 134 times, just straight away. And then the main line is actually c5. Okay. So yeah, there's no games in this position. So let's just see what Stockfish says. Knight e2 is fine. Knight d2 is fine. Knight c4 is fine. Grabbing the bishop is fine. Knight g3 was the best move. Wow, great. So I did play the best move. G3 is not very good because e4, d5, and I don't know, black has an advantage. I guess it's really passive having your bishop stuck like that. So knight g3 definitely Stockfish says was the way to go. And then just drop it back. Okay. Castles, great. Yeah, Stockfish likes my idea. Okay, Stockfish would have played bishop g5, although queen d3 is a close second, so that's not a big deal. Ooh, Stockfish does not like giving this up. Interesting. So this is really interesting. Okay, so when you think about chess, right, it's all about these imbalances. Like, well, is this better than this? Well, is that better than that? And sometimes it's obvious, like, oh, okay, a rook is better than a knight. A queen is better than a rook, you know. But then you have all these situations where like, well, usually, you know, the 2 bishops are better than the 2 knights. So that's what I was thinking. But I guess Stockfish is saying, actually, this bishop is like kind of like awkward. Like, what is black going to do with it? Put it here? No. Put it here? Well, maybe, but you've got to be careful. Put it here? No. Put it here. That's an awkward square. It's not doing anything. Put it here. I mean, it's just an awkward piece. Meanwhile, my knight is like positioned to help the attack when we're ready. So I guess what Stockfish is saying is like, why are you going to give that up? Even though, yeah, you get the bishop pair, but so what? Like this position, what are your bishops going to do? So that's something I need to like work on. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, Stockfish would have played b3 here, actually, stopping the knight. See, I was afraid that like this was going to be a long-term weakness, but I guess Stockfish doesn't care. It says bishop comes out, queen goes back, and you just defend with your rook. And you really shut down this knight. It's going to have a hard time coming back into the game. So I missed an opportunity there. That being said, bishop f4 also very close move. Stockfish would have traded queens, but it's a very small thing. Yeah, instead of allowing the knight to reroute, I should have played b3. And if the knight tries to reroute the other way, Stockfish says you go here, you take it, and you win the pawn. So they can't. They would have to play f5. And now you can get in c4 before the knight actually gets there. So probably one of the biggest mistakes I made in this game was playing a4 right here. I don't need to chase that knight. It's not doing anything. Just leave it. Play b3. Don't let it come into the game. And b3 supports c4, and I didn't need to play a4. So I just wasted that move, basically. That being said, Stockfish still says I'm okay. f5. So the move, yeah, the move that Stockfish would have played is trading it. So the takeaway that I'm getting from this is like, I didn't really do anything that wrong. My opponent was just playing good moves. So yeah, I mean, Stockfish doesn't like it because of b6. And at this point, it does say that the line I played is the best way. So I guess I have to feel pretty good about this game. And then rook b5 was a great idea. Rook a1, rook a6, yes. Stockfish would have played h5. I did think about this because I was thinking like it might be nice to have this as an option. And apparently that's exactly what Stockfish would have done. Use it to force the king over. Then you go back even here. And now you start to do your pawn push. So I got a little distracted by this pawn, though. That's what I did. Interesting. Okay. And here, it actually just says, go ahead and take it. Now, it should have been a draw, which is interesting. So why should it have been a draw? I should have taken the pawn. Yeah, I should have taken the pawn. Now I can swing over and be annoying with my rook here. So this was a big mistake. That was where I had the win and I threw it away. That was the wrong move. You had to play e3 first. I'm not sure why. Let's see. What's the winning move for me? It is taking. It is king f2. And it was going into this ending, exactly like what we did, because it's a winning endgame, which I didn't know at the time. So unfortunately, I can't say that I was that smart, but okay. But if black would have played e3 first, and now I try to push, e2 is threatening queen, so I'm going to stop it, obviously. Which is the losing move, of course. Of course it is, because rook e7. I'm sorry, how is this the losing move? No, you got to be kidding. Oh, because now you have the same threat, but it's even better for black. And I lose. Oh. Wow. So on e3, after this, I have to get the queen now. Let them get the queen here. And this is going to be a draw, even though it looks like I'm getting checkmated. Apparently, I'm not. I am not getting checkmated. I can actually run and hide. Now I win the game. Oh, man. These endgames are so tricky. These endgames are so tricky. Okay, anyway. So they messed up with f3. Okay, so this is a winning endgame. Let's see. Yeah. This is the only winning. Wow, this is why opposition, guys. Opposition. Okay, we're going to do an endgame lesson because this endgame concept won me this game, right? So opposition... Let me pull up a, let me do this. Let me do this. So opposition is when the kings are directly opposed, okay? Like this. And whoever gets the last move has opposition. So for example, if we're playing a game and I'm like, okay, if you can get your king to the other side of the board, you win. If not, you lose. How do you do it? Well, you get the opposition. Because now black has to either step to the side and let you sneak around, for example. Now I can just run and get past you. Or they have to go back, and guess what? I do it again. And I can keep doing it. It doesn't matter where you go. I can keep doing it. And eventually, you're going to have to step to the side, and then I sneak past. That's why opposition is so important, right? And there's lots of implications in king and pawn endings where this is a very important concept. So we saw a perfect example here. I knew that if I went straight up, black is going to get opposition on my king. And then what am I going to do? How am I ever going to get past? If I go here, it's a draw. Look at that. Completely loses the advantage. They just constantly keep me out, and there's nothing I can do except to go back and forth. In the game, I played king f4 because now black has an awkward decision. If you go here, I'm the one who has the opposition, and you are forced to step to the side, which is exactly what I need. Now I can advance, and you're forced to continue to go back, and I can keep coming in, right? Even if you try to stop me, it doesn't matter because now I'm close enough to get the pawn, right? You guys see how that works? And so, yeah, that was a critical moment. King f4, good move. So, yeah, and then they resigned, obviously, because you can try to come here. I'm just going to attack this pawn, and you have no way to defend it. And so I take. And even if black tried to get tricky with, like, you know, let's just say pushing this, I was just going to take. And what's the winning move? There's multiple winning moves, but you can always just get opposition. If you're not sure, just get opposition. But in this case, even trying to control this, and then again, boom, get the opposition. And now, just like we talked about, forces the king to one of the sides, and you get control of the queening square. You push your pawn down the board, and you get a queen, and you win. Okay. What a game. What a game, guys. What a crazy game. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. We're undefeated tonight. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Okay. Got the black pieces. Do I get tired? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Actually, that's one of the things I've been trying to do is play longer games to mentally prepare for my upcoming tournaments. I'm trying to play like for 4 hours instead of the normal 3 hours. Okay, we're trying the Caro-Kann again. I'm not an expert on it, but we've been doing okay with it. Exchange variation. What do I know about the exchange variation? Well, I'm pretty sure this bishop goes to g4 in most cases. I'm going to just do it right now. I don't know if that's the best, smartest thing, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. I guess I could have gone to either of these squares. Maybe f5 is even better. I don't know. Let's play knight c6. Let's keep an eye on this knight b5 shenanigans, but I think we would be okay. We can always play rook c8, so it shouldn't cause us too many issues, even if they could do that. I'm not exactly ready to take this just yet. But if they like castle or something, like, I don't know. I'm just going to keep an eye on this, basically, because we never know. But basically, it's going to be e6, knight f6, bishop comes out. That much I do know about the Caro-Kann. Okay, yeah, bishop e2, so they don't want to deal with any issues there. Let's play e6. Nice, solid move. And then we're going to develop the pieces. Okay, so the castle. This looks like an amazing diagonal for my bishop. So I'm going to go ahead and take that since white didn't want to do that. I'm quite happy about that. Ooh, this might be... Isn't this a classic situation where the fishing pole trap... So I'm going to tell you guys what I know about the fishing pole trap. Normally, if the knight has to go back this way, you just win. You just bring your queen and you win. The only time it doesn't work is when the knight can go to g5, which it can. It can, but... So h5 takes knight g5. What about like queen here and here? Oh, then the knight's going to go to h3. Well, the knight can't go to h3. What am I saying? You can't go to h3. So the bishop's going to come to here first. And then you're going to block. Wow, this is really interesting. So takes knight g5. Is there any way to make it work? f6 immediately while the knight is trapped? Bishop takes. Okay. Okay. Wow, that's so interesting. Of course, I don't have to do it. I could play bishop h5, but I think I want to do it. Let's go. And again, I don't think I'm being unreasonable with this move. I think the position is calling for this because they're creating the weaknesses around the king. I have pieces in position for the attack. Why not go ahead, right? Now, the thing about the fishing pole trap is I'm basically, yeah, if they don't take it, am I really going to castle this way? Well, no, not really. So that's one danger you could say. Wow, guys, I have so many ideas and moves that I want to play. I just don't know which one to do. Uh, okay. Hmm. I know it's probably a weird looking move, but I want to play bishop b8. I really want to play bishop b8 and put my queen somewhere here to create the battery this way. And I don't want my rook stuck in the corner. Also wanted to play king f8 to get away from this and just kind of tuck it over here to the side. Also wanted to play knight f6 just to bring the knight into the game somehow. Also wanted to play potentially takes g5, g4, but I think that's too risky with the rook lined up on my king and I don't have enough pieces. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. And I was trying to calculate just to make sure if they do decide to take this now, am I still okay or not? Knight to e5. Okay, I really want to take this pawn. Okay, hold on. So takes. They take my bishop. I take back. Bishop g4 though is a problem. Bishop g4 is a problem. Okay, I think I see a good move. I think I see a good move. The point is, if you ever try to take this with the pawn, I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be ready immediately for the checkmates. And if you don't take it, I'm probably going to sack here and open up the king that way and then checkmate you somehow. Also, now that I'm ready, I'm threatening to take this. Oh, he takes with the knight. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. The bishop's going to take. Hmm. I mean, I feel like just knight f6 is the move, but yeah, we need more pieces. I think we should play knight f6. So the nice thing about what has happened is we didn't have to sack a piece. Now, yeah, we lost a pawn, but we opened up the H file and we didn't even sack a piece. So that is very nice. By the way, there's some crazy ideas of like sacking the knight and then going bishop c5 and hitting this, but I guess queen d2 just defends it. Also, sacking and going rook c4 and then sacking over here or something to open this up, like that's pretty dangerous actually. But the just immediate capture here is probably the biggest threat. I mean, it's technically not checkmate, but yeah, I don't know. We have to think what we're going to do about that. Maybe just knight d4 is even better. I don't know. Knight d4. Ooh, what? What? I don't even have to think. That has to be the best move. I don't even have to waste my time. There's no way that that's not the best move. There's no way in the world. Okay, so what do we sack next, guys? What do we sack next? The rook? Knight takes d4, queen takes, rook c4 is on my radar still. Swing it over here. But I guess queen f2 takes. We'd be down a piece. So the issue with taking is the queen is a good defender. We don't want the queen to come defend the king, right? Which tells me this is probably the move. Get rid of the bishop. The king only has 3 options. If you go here, I'm probably going to go check, and yeah, that looks even worse. So most likely they're going to go one of these two. This one walks into a nasty check. So this one, okay. So the king's on e2. But then we have a check here. My intuition tells me that's probably winning. The only other move that I might consider playing in this position would be knight takes d4. But I don't think it has a real threat. Like, what am I even threatening? Well, White could basically do whatever they wanted, like use their rook or queen d3, or which is why I need a move with a threat. Let's go. Let's go. Pieces don't matter if you get checkmate, by the way. They don't matter. I mean, if they don't take it, the problem is, how do you stop this? This is a big deal, so I think they have to take it. Otherwise, let's see. You try to move your rook. Yeah, this move is bishop f3. I mean, I just take the piece back and I have a bunch of extra pawns and I win. Yeah, you pretty much have to take it. I mean, you have to try. I mean, of course you don't have to take it, but like I said, if you're going to go into an end game, I have 6 against 4. You're not going to win that, right? Even if, bishop f3 or whatever. Okay. So what do we thought? Okay. I'm going to say this is what they're going to do. But I think queen g2 looks pretty strong. Here, queen g3 looks strong. Here, probably knight g4 looks strong. Oh, this is an amazing position. The queen and the knight, like the best combo in chess. These are either brilliant moves or blunders. Yes, that's true. It's very true. I'm pretty sure most of these are brilliant, though. This looks like it's definitely going to lead to a checkmate. Okay. The reason I'm going to throw in this check is because if the king moves this way, that you're done. I'm going to move my king up, and that's game over. So the king has to go this way. And then I'm going to play knight g4, and I believe that I have way too many threats for white to deal with. I believe okay, this is checkmate. This is coming, which is going to lead to a checkmate, I believe. They're actually thinking about this move? Are you serious? No, they're not going to play it, though. They're definitely not going to play it. Okay. So knight g4 is what I was thinking. Of course, if we want a perpetual, we could probably just take a perpetual. But knight g4. So the initial threat is checkmate on f2. So they have to play a move that stops checkmate. If you try to run, check, here, mate. So you can't run. So you have to either take the knight, which means you get to give up your queen. I'm happy. So you have to defend the square. Only move for white. How can you defend this square? Rook e2. Rook e2 is a logical move, actually. Or queen e2. Queen e2 doesn't work. We have check here. Yeah, any queen move doesn't look like it works. So it has to be... Or bishop e3. Okay, so hold on. Bishop e3. No, bishop e3 doesn't work. We probably just take it. Free piece. Yeah. So rook e2. All right. So knight g4, rook e2. We have to have something. Queen checks. Oh, I do have this move. Now they could sack the rook. That's interesting. They could sack the rook. They'd still be up a piece. We'd probably still have a good position. Okay, so yeah, knight g4 definitely still looks like the best move. Or well, hold on. Okay, I was thinking knight g4. I guess I could check, and if they go back, then do knight g4. Is that any better, though? So it's the same idea. We have a checkmate threat. They could play rook e2 again. Yeah, we kind of have the same position. I think I'd rather have it maybe in this position. Let's go. Let's go. So they're going to play rook e2. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to take this trade unless I'm missing something. Well, hold on. Check king here. Check king here. Nope. Don't have anything. The other thing I could do, because rook e2 is such an awkward move, is I could play king d7. The point is we want the rook to come over and win us the game. The question is, do we have time for that? Rook e2, king d7. What is white's play? Queen e1? Then I could do the check. Rook g2? Then I could do the check. Oh no, then king g1. Hold everything. Then check goes. Oh, this position is so complicated. I don't know if I should do it right now or I should play king d7. I feel like this is the move. I feel like this is the move. We got to get the rook here, guys. We got to get the rook there as fast as possible. So, okay, we're down a rook, but it feels like we're not down anything, considering these pieces aren't doing anything. That's why I think this slow plan of just taking my time, bring my rook over, and win the game is what Stockfish would do. Yep, definitely feeling the mental fatigue right about now, though. Yeah, so I think now we do the check. Now I could also... Actually, no, we can't. There's really no option here. Because my knight was under attack. So they're going to go king g1, I think. And then I have to decide if I want a perpetual check, I can have it now. Check, 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 check. Check, king goes here. But I think what would be a cooler thing to do... Actually, no, I can't. I can't go here. My queen's under attack. Oh, man. I thought... Oh, boy. All right, I have to do this. I didn't want a perpetual check. Maybe I messed up. Man. Maybe I messed up here, guys. Let's see, let's think. Can we sack the queen somehow? Their queen's defended. Queen h3. What about queen h3? Can we get away with queen h3? I would hate for this game to end in a perpetual check. I would really just not enjoy that. Queen h3, what can white even do? Let's think. The rook is pinned. They're going to want to get another piece into the game, so bishop's going to come out somewhere. But then I can bring my rook over. If they try to break the pin by moving their king, they could do that, actually. Then I have to move my knight. Oh, then I can come in with this knight. That's pretty good, probably. Probably, I don't know. Maybe they're getting away, actually. So queen here, king here, knight takes. The bishop's coming out. It just feels like, even bishop f4, it just feels like my position is losing its attack. Man. I'm just concerned about the move king f2, guys. Queen h3, king f2. Now my knight's under attack, right? So I do this. Then the bishop comes out. Then what do I play? What can I play? e5? Rook h8? Queen comes over or something? I don't know. Is my position still good enough? Down a rook? Man, 3 minutes. Okay, I think I don't know what to do. I have a lot of compensation. Even down to rook, I have a lot of compensation. Let's play on. It's probably the wrong decision, but let's play on. I feel like it's the wrong decision. I'm doing it anyway, but I'm feeling like it's not the right decision. Like I think in a tournament, I might just take the perpetual. It was against a higher rated player. I think definitely. The tricky part is if it's against a lower rated player like this situation, I'm like, do I have better chances of playing on? I do have 2 pawns for the rook, which these are very healthy looking pawns. Like these could very easily push down the board and be significant factors. So like I'm like, I do have something for the rook. And then the king is I mean, the king is not going to be safe the rest of the game. So like there's that too. So I'm like, and then if I get another pawn, I have 3 pawns for the rook. It's I don't know. And then like I'm just in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe Stockfish is just like, yeah, black's just better. You know, like there's no immediate win. You're just better. And I'd feel bad if I took a draw because it is going to get very dangerous if I can get this rook over into the picture. And then of course there's the human component, right? Of like white has to play the game and not blunder. I'm not, you know, assuming that we're not playing an engine, like they have to find the best moves, which is probably not at all easy in this position when your king is like this. So I'm expecting king f2, but there are definitely other moves that white could play. It's kind of annoying that the queen's defended by the knight because otherwise there would be some like cool lines like check, let him take your knight, and then you skewer. If they block, you have f5, but if not, you take the queen. It doesn't work. None of those lines work. Yeah, I guess actually king f2 is a hard move to play because you're allowing this, which looks pretty dangerous also. But I guess if you don't play king f2, well, never mind. I was going to say I have a threat, but I don't have a threat because then you play king f2. Oh, you know, king f2, I do have this move, queen f5. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. Can't play that. What am I saying? Yeah, that's why I have to play this, of course. Mental fatigue is setting in, guys. Big time. But if they get into time pressure, then I'm very confident in the decision to not take a draw. If they keep thinking here, I think they have to make a decision pretty soon. Bishop e3. So interesting decision because now the bishop is in line. So I'm just wondering, check. If you no, you can't take me, so you have to move your king. So if you move here, I take the bishop. If you take that, then the rook does come over and I win. So king f2. And I don't have knight g4 because of these pieces. That's what they want. They want me to do that, and they're going to play king f2. Uh-huh. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. This is pinned. Knight h4, guys. Hold everything. Knight h4, and we take the rook. Alternatively, rook h8. Just plain and simple rook h8. I like this, though. Okay, of course they can defend. Let's say queen g4. They defend. Ah, they want to force a trade. So takes. What's that endgame looking like? Bishop against two pawns. Sneaky. Very sneaky. I wonder if I have time to put this pawn up here. Is that better than rook h8? Oh man, this is getting very complicated. Would love to have my pawn there. But is that really the best use of my time, right? Also, this move... Okay, wait a second. This move also, if queen g4, could I take the bishop? Sack my knight, then jump in here? Oh, dude. Okay. Or just play rook h8. What are they going to play? The rook could be useful here, though. Man. Okay, let's bring the rook over here. I got to start moving, unfortunately. So now my big threat is knight h4 because queen g4 doesn't work anymore because I take, and then I take the bishop. So this is a threat now, knight h4. Also, some moves like queen f5 now are much more dangerous because you have to think about the rook coming in also. The problem is I have no idea what white's going to play. There's so many moves that they could potentially play. I don't even see like one that jumps out at me as like the most obvious. 36 seconds, Nelson. Okay. Yeah. Queen f5, knight h4, knight h2. These are the moves that I need to think about very quickly after they move, or just throwing my pawns is not crazy either. We can get a pawn up here. Okay. Let's do this one. Comes with a threat. I'm thinking about queen here next. If they take this, let's see, check. I'll probably go this way. We could even bring the knight that way. Look at that. We can. This position is crazy, guys. This is so crazy. Well, there's even knight f5. Isn't interesting. Oh wait, what? This is just a losing endgame for them if they trade queens. So they can't trade queens. Okay, so they do that. But now you got to be careful. They got to be really careful. Also, I have this idea. Also, this idea. Let's go for that one. Rook c1 would defend it, but then I think we're going to just come in with the rook on h3. Yep. Queen h5. So I can sneak over like this maybe. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Queen h7, defend the pawn, keep the pressure here, attack this. There's bishop f4 though. There's bishop f4. G5, bishop takes, I pin it. Queen takes, I go anyway, I lose my rook. I don't want to sack another rook. Bishop f4, what do we do? Oh, they go knight. Oh, I don't know what to do, guys. Yeah, I don't love this. I just didn't know what to do, and I was going to lose on time. I didn't see anything better. Probably should take the perpetual at this point because the knight is better than the two pawns. So I'm going to take the perpetual. Yeah. I mean, I think I messed up, but I'm going to lose if I keep playing. Man, that is crazy. That is crazy that they were able to defend that. Let's see how many checkmates I missed. Probably missed like 15 checkmates. No, they played a great game. They defended very well. They defended very well. Wow. I'm surprised. I thought I was going to have like a whole bunch of missed checkmates. Okay, so yeah, Stockfish says best decision is actually just to go back. But it doesn't mind it too much. It's just if they don't take it, it's like, okay, well, and they didn't take it. So knight takes d5. Are you kidding me? What a move is this? What is this? Now take and knight g5. Why did we sack our knight here for? Just to open this up? Yeah, once again, it's crazy Stockfish stuff. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, I knew that was bad. I could tell right away. Okay, great. Rook takes h3 is a good move, but not the best move. The best move is taking here, allowing the queen and trading queens. See, this is something I didn't even consider, trying to just trade into like this endgame. I was like checkmate at all costs. And this is something I have to get better at. Like you don't have to checkmate every time to win the game. You can trade to an endgame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 against 4 pawns. Oh, wait, I'm down a piece. I'm down a piece. What is Stockfish talking about? It wants me to. So he goes Rook B1. No. So Stockfish was just saying your pawns are just good enough to win. Wow. Okay. No, I wasn't. Okay. Stockfish, just stop it. Just stop it. So this was okay. This was fine. Yep. They found the only move. You have to go King G1, which they found. And then on Knight G4, yep. Rook E2 only move. So they found a lot of only moves, which we could have easily won if they made any mistakes. King D7. Apparently Stockfish wanted Queen H4. But then King G1 again, and now King D7. So I was on the right track with King D7. I just did it one move too early, I guess. Yep, they played best move. Yep. They literally played like every best move. So I can't really feel too bad. They just defended perfectly. Yep, King F2, Queen G4, Queen takes G2. Like every move, guys. So, yep, best move. Best move. Wow. Well, they say perfect chess is a draw. What did I... Knight takes A2. What I was supposed to do. Yeah, and they have a slight advantage here, but... Well, I mean... Okay, we did what we could. I mean, against perfect defense, what are you going to do? So, that's fine. Okay. Wow. What a game, man. Still, we did not lose. Keeping the streak alive. And considering that I'm not even... Okay, we're playing the same person like every time. I kind of want to play someone else. Should we play them again? I want to play someone else. Because we played the same person a lot. Sorry, Chess Vacuum. Okay, let's just do the quick check. Okay, I think that looks legit. Let's play D4. E5? What? Okay, this is just not a good opening. You're supposed to take it. I know that much. It's funny because I used to play this. Yeah, I play this as black too. So, okay. Like usually the most annoying lines are this knight f3 bishop g5 setup. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Also, I need to do a bathroom gambit. Be right back. Yeah, I'll figure this out in just a second. All right, here we go. Knight c6. So yeah, I think we can just continue with the plan. Let's see. Usually I play f6, yeah, and just do these positions. Is this a move though, too? Bishop back? It could be bishop back, g5, bishop g3, g4, we move our knight, or we don't move our knight. They take here. Do we get enough compensation? I don't know. Let's look at that after the game. Let's take for now, and we'll look at that line after the game. Let's just play e3. Let's just play some quick moves here. Bishop d6. Yep. So if we take, and the queen takes, and we take bishop e6, yeah, black's getting all kinds of compensation. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's just develop the pieces here. Knight c3. Bishop's coming out. Queen's going to go somewhere. We're going to castle one way or the other. Yep. Let's just develop it. Don't overthink it. I don't want to give up that, that bishop so easily. I'll make them push and just come back here and target the pawn. Pretty sure black's going to castle. But I suppose they don't have to do that. I might just go here and just attack this pawn, actually. Queen e7, interesting. So maybe they do want to castle this way? Is that what's going on? So what if I play knight d4 right now, trying to get the bishop? What's going to happen? If they go back, we could go back. That's a move. But then, actually, no, I don't know if that's good for them. We might have some cool moves there. Let's do it. I see some cool things here, guys, actually. Now my queen is coming out. You see that? Mm-hmm. Been streaming for 3 hours and 4 minutes. Yep, I'm feeling it. I am feeling that mental drain. This is like This is like how you feel at the end of a really long OTB game, and you have to keep going. You just can't just stop thinking because you're like right at the critical moments a lot of times. And then the worst part is after the game ends, if it's a really, really long game, it's like usually time for the next round to start in like 20 minutes and you're like running to get some food and then you're like back to do it again. Those are the games where the blunders happen. Like I'm telling you, like big blunders. So I'm going to hopefully get through this game without any and then play one more game and get through that game without any. That is the plan. Okay, I think we take this. Let's just check. Well, actually, hold on. I could just take this right away. What am I even saying? Do I even need to take it? 95, what's he going to do? What is black going to do? Resign? Probably resign. Okay. Queen e5. Interesting move. For some reason, I didn't think it was that good. Check. Takes. Check. Where's the king going? Now this has got to be awful for... This has got to be awful for the black king. I guess technically I am putting myself into a pin. Isn't that interesting? Well, we're already up 2 pawns, so maybe I don't even do that. I just go here. Maybe I just go here. Hold up. Check here, you lose. Check here. I guess you don't lose, but it doesn't do anything. It just takes me. Yeah, okay. Why don't I just go here? Check, we have c3, defends the bishop. This is fine. Okay, let's do it. Actually, c3, we're going to lose the bishop here, but we just take it. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. The other option is I take and then go check, but why do I want to sack my piece for? Let's go here. Just make good decisions. Luckily for us, queen defends the bishop. Everything is good. And we're up 2 pawns. So I think we're doing fine. Okay, sure. Question is, should I trade something first or just take back? I'll just take back. So yeah, any endgames are going to be winning for us because we got 4 against 2. So we can definitely just trade some stuff now if we need to. Got to get the king out of here. Yeah, I think we got to get the king out of here. I don't see any tactics with this move. I think we just take. And even if we lose this pawn, we're still going to be fine. Like, no worries. Okay, so queens and rooks. This pawn is probably a goner, but like I said, I'm okay with that. We still have 4 against 2, and maybe even more importantly, now we have a c-file on their king. So, actually, can I go queen here and hold on to the pawn? Maybe we can even hold on to it. Maybe not. Okay, so rook c1, queen b3, queen c2, queen f3, queen g4. Wow. Yeah, it's actually interesting because there's going to be some serious counterplay if a rook lands on d2. Question is, how can we deal with that? Queen f3 takes rook d1, and we get a bunch of trades. Then I'm going to lose another pawn. I don't want to lose another pawn. I want to play g3, so my king is really safe. There. Takes, check. King moves. Takes. That's probably pretty good. Okay, I'm going to go here, and I'm trying to temporarily stop this. But more importantly, I'm trying to set up a situation like king b8, rook d1, let's just say takes, where I can check and grab this pawn. Because then I have this dangerous passed h-pawn. Yeah, and this, I'm wondering if I can still go for something similar. So I'm trying to keep the queen where it guards d1, and then I'm just also keeping an attack on both of these pawns. I do have g3 if I need it, just to solidify all my pawns. They offered me a draw. I don't know if I want to trade these pawns or keep them on the board. I mean, normally you would say trade them because these are doubled, but I have this feeling that g3 is such a good move. Maybe I should take it while I can. Maybe I should take it while I can. Yeah, the other nice thing about this is if they do take the pawn, I have rook c1, and they have to start being careful about their own king. Yeah, I think we just go rook c1 and we... Or rook d1. Rook d1 is interesting too. I'll go rook d1 because they have to basically now trade a pair of rooks. And I'm trying to get towards more of an endgame where my pass pawn will be more dangerous. Like the less pieces on the board, the more dangerous my h pawn is, right? So I think this forces them to go here. And then we can trade. I have a fork, but unfortunately they just play rook d8. Yeah, I just think I'll still do that and then put my queen on f6 where it's targeting everything, defending this. Yeah, and it's supporting the h pawn. Yeah, I like that. I like that. So I'm kind of tying up the queen unless they're going to give me this. But I think my 3 against none is much more dangerous than 3 against 1 because I can try to hold on to that 1 and it actually slows these way down, whereas my 3 can just go, right? So I don't think they want to make that trade. They also can't run their king away because the rook is tied down. And I'm going to start pushing. I'm definitely going to start pushing this guy. Yeah, so we know they want to draw. So we know that they're just trying to repeat moves. So keeps the pressure here, defends my pawn, and also if they try to keep repeating, now I have a way to avoid that with check here, check. Okay, that's what they're gonna do. Okay. I'm thinking it's h4, guys. It's nice because it gets rid of the back rank mate problem. It's not too far that we can't defend it if we need to. It's interesting because if I do defend it, there's always going to be this annoying f4 move, which I have to pay attention to. So check, the king is going to run. We can go check here, but does that help us? I think I'll just push instead. H5 if they take. H6. No, we can't get away with that. I guess let's keep these pawns on the board a little while longer. Uh, 20 days left for my first OTB tournament in about a year. We're trying to train, trying to get these practice games in. Last FIDE tournament we had was a complete mess. Lost a whole bunch of points. Played a bunch of kids. Kids are so good because most of the kids are like on their way up to being like GMs one day, and you have to play them. And they just take all your points. Now we'll see what happens this next time. I'm sorry, what? That's how this game is going to end? This pawn is going this way, right, guys? Is this the way it's going? Okay. Well, I don't really know what to say about that. They're going to play on. They're going to play on. Interesting decision. That's weird. I think that was some tilt right there. That was some serious tilt. Okay. Let's check this one. Okay. So we didn't really do anything wrong, looks like. Let's check the opening though. Yeah, Stockfish says knight f3. Oh, e4 I can play here. Interesting. Yeah, why didn't I think about e4? That's a nice looking move. Because if they take, we get to do this, and that's pretty annoying. And if they try to like push, we just defend everything. Yeah, okay. Next time I'm going to play e4 to remember that move. All right. e4. That being said, this is okay. Oh, Stockfish actually likes the bishop on f4. And then you just leave this. Oh, okay. And g5, you just go back. g4, you just plant your knight here. You just develop. You just develop. Okay. Stockfish wanted knight to b5 instead. Try to get the bishop. Okay. Yeah, they messed up there. We take. We go back. We play c3. Everything is good here. Ooh, it's much better for me to take first. It's much better for me to take first and then take back, because now when they castle, I guess the king is weaker, even though they have this annoying move, which probably is what scared me. It's just not a big deal. You just move away. Not a big deal. Wow, yeah, this is scary, but I guess it's fine. Okay. Interesting. Because I thought about it and I was like, no, I don't want to open up, when they castle the rook to be on my queen. But Stockfish says it's more important that you mess up the pawn structure. Interesting. Okay, that being said, we get this position. Queen is okay there. This is fine. Yeah, I mean, it would have been really interesting to see what was going to happen if they didn't just blunder the rook there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, guys, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try one more game and see if we can make it without blundering. Let's go. Brain is fried. We're going to just try it anyway. Let's do this. Let's do it. Okay. Quick check. Looks fine. Let's play again. Veresov opening here. Knight c3. Bishop g5. Here we go. Knight f3 probably. Ooh, c5. Ooh. Against c5. Yeah, what is the play against c5? I mean, of course we could play e3. I'm just wondering what's the deal with e4? What's the deal with e4? I mean, it's probably not good. Although, what if I just take? Because if they take this way, which is what they want to do most likely, and then I take, this is a weakness. This is a big weakness. Bishop e6 does defend it, but then can we get away with something crazy like b4? I think I'm overthinking it. Let's just play e3. I don't want to do anything crazy here, guys. I really don't. Let's play e3. My brain is too tired to play something crazy. We'll check it after the game. I don't think we've looked at these c5 lines, so I don't really know what's going on. Let's just develop in castle. So of course they could play c4, but then we go back, and the problem is they've lost all their pressure on the center, and we can basically push e4, and then this is actually a weakness. A lot of times we can also just attack it this way, and if they play b5, we go a4, and we just kind of undermine everything. So now, it definitely is still a move that could be played, and it's not a bad move. It's just also not like I don't mind seeing it either. Bishop e7. Okay. I kind of want to take it now and make him waste a move and then play e4. Takes, takes, and we have a lot of pressure here. We could castle first. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. And let's castle. And then I think I'll play e4 after that. After we get the king out of the center. So let me ask a question while we're waiting for this guy to make a move. As I am getting ready to go to this first OTB tournament and I'm doing like training and stuff, is there anything in particular that would make it more interesting for you guys to follow the journey apart from just playing games and talking about them like we do? Like, is there anything that I'm not doing that you'd like, that you would like to see? Questions you have, or is this pretty good? Just kind of seeing like what am I trying to do as I'm training, or like, yeah, if there's something I'm not doing, just let me know, I guess is the question. This is pretty good. Okay. No, so I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I'm not going to be recording. Whoa, E5. Okay. I was not expecting this. Some of the suggestions are cracking me up. Okay. I mean, all right. Wow, this is very interesting, right? Because on one hand, I'm wondering what happens if I play bishop b5. I'm threatening to just win a pawn. I'm also threatening to just take here and win this pawn. So bishop b5 looks pretty good. If they push, let's just say we go knight e5, attacking. Bishop d7. Let's say we take it. They take with the queen. We take, and we... interesting. No, we don't win a pawn. But surely there must be a way to win a pawn. Right? Bishop b5, bishop d7. That way we win. Yeah, okay, so this is the line I was looking at. What if I plant the knight on d4, bishop d7, then take and take? Yeah, it looks like bishop b5 just wins a pawn, guys. I mean, of course we could like play e4, but I don't even think we have to. I think we just go here. And we're going to win one of these pawns. We have too much pressure on everything, and I don't think black is in a position to defend. I think they were a little bit over ambitious here. And I think we're going to be in a good position really soon. That's what I think. Everybody was talking about push-ups? What? All right. Thank you guys for the suggestions. One of the things that's really interesting is I'm trying to work on my openings, but privately. So I don't want people to just be able to like pull up my most recent video and then be like, oh yeah, this is what Nelson's playing these days. Okay, and then they can go and study something, which makes it challenging, right? Because like all these games with the Veresov probably is not going to be what I'm playing in the tournament, but it's kind of like growing on me. So I wish I could just play like my main repertoire, but then I don't know. It's interesting because not everybody even knows who I am. That's one thing. But I think enough people do that it's probably pretty risky just playing like the main stuff on here. Are you allowed to play OTB tournaments on your treadmill? I don't think so. I don't know. It's a good question. I wonder if I bring one of those like portable stepping machines, the little small ones, put it under the table. Would they kick me out? Probably. In nowadays, you can't really bring anything. Like when I used to play chess back in the day, I would play people that would wear headphones, listen to music, and nobody had a problem with that. It was totally fine. Now everybody's like, "Oh, he's cheating. Get that off." Actually they don't let you. You have to like sometimes get scanned, and it's just like a different time. Maybe I need to get a disguise. What do you guys think? I get a wig or something and just show up to the tournament completely dressed up. Although I think if they see the name when they're paired against me, they're gonna know, right? So Black is trying to figure out some tricks here, but I don't know what they're going to figure. I mean, they just have a lot of problems all at the same time. This is pinned, so I'm going to take this pawn. This is weak, so I'm going to trade and take this pawn. I already took one pawn that you haven't taken back yet. That's another thing to think. They go bishop e6. So, I mean, what? What? Okay. Well, we're going to take it. I don't see any reason to not take it. I don't know what Black's plan is here. It looks like now, because now they have to deal with another problem, right? I not only did it win the pawn, but now you have to deal with this issue as well. I assume they're going to play rook c8 because why else would you move your bishop here? So rook c8. I mean, it almost looks like I could just take and play b4. Maybe I don't even have to take. Maybe just play b4. Defend my other pawn. A castle. Yeah, rook c8. I think we go b4 here, guys. I mean, a5 is not an issue. We just defend it. I think b4 is the move. Let's go. Let's go. That's the thing about this. Usually when you take it, you don't expect to get it back. Sometimes you can hold on to it. Okay, what changed about the position, guys? I lost my pin. See that? I lost my pin on the knight, which which means I have to deal with this. So I think we give up the bishop, although giving up this guy and then dropping it back also looks pretty nice. Uh-huh. Looks real nice, actually. But my knight's super nice in the center as well. So I don't know. It's a tough one. This is a tough one. I think I'd rather keep the bishop, actually, upon second thought. Because I have ideas of checkmate. Knight e4, I don't know. Takes. What are you doing? I'm just taking all their pawns. I'm just taking one pawn at a time, and I'm going to take all the pawns and win. All of this because he didn't want to lose a tempo recapturing the pawn. Yes, that about sums it up. Okay. Is this a moment? Is this a moment where we can do the fishing pole trap? It should be considered. H4, takes. You cannot go here or here, which means you're going to be going here or here. Of course, if you go back there, you lose. Queen H5, game over, I think. 94. I think 94 loses too, because again, checkmate. So, only move is knight g4. Okay, h4 takes knight g4. I have, actually, a checkaroo, followed by a checkaroo here and win the piece unless they go here, but then they get captured, which tells me h4 should be a-okay in this position. Again, we have the whole thing about Stockfish probably saying, you know, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. But I like playing cool moves, so I'm going to play it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I'm going to bet Stockfish says it's an okay move, but it's not the best move. Because if it's like the other game, which it's very similar to, probably bishop h4 is the best move in this position. High likelihood of that. But why play bishop h4 when you can play pawn h4? Am I right? On the next game, have my wife play the first 8 moves. Ha. That was on the other rating climb, my friend. No, this is probably going to be the last game actually, because we're approaching the 4-hour mark. That's pretty much my limit, at least for now. Maybe one day we'll try to push for like 4.5. But the other thing, I guess, too, though, is like at least in the long OTB tournaments, there are longer gaps in between, so you don't have to constantly think as much. These games are pretty much just go. So there's a little bit more of a break there, but the reason it's not good, guys, is because they just don't take it. And then you've basically taken away the option of castling from yourself, right? Because now if I castle, I lose a piece, and then it makes no sense because I don't have the rook there. So I'm basically saying, look, I'm not going to be castling anymore. And if you don't take it, it's like, okay, well, there's a pawn on h4. Cool. You know, so it's kind of like annoying for black, sure, but it's, yeah, at the higher level, you know, people are smart enough to not take it. And then it's just like, well, why did you do that for? So I probably shouldn't have done it. And I at some point I'll maybe correct that thinking, but not today. Today I'm doing it. So oh, well, now it makes total sense for us. Now we're happy. Okay, I don't think they saw my trick. You guys see my trick, right? I told you this. Check. Check. Take the piece. That's a sneaky one. That's a sneaky one. Yeah, we'll talk. Actually, that's how I'll close out this stream. We'll talk about the fishing pole trap at the end. Okay, interesting. So they do that. What's the pawn situation? 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're still up the 2 pawns, and we have this amazing H file to work with. So my instinct tells me go here. They are probably going to block, and then G4, G5. Ooh, wait a second. What if I go rook H5? Then you can't play bishop H6. Ooh. That's actually a great move. Make sure I'm not blundering something. Because what's happening is you have to deal with this. You can't go here. I just take it because of the pin. And I'm getting ready to castle and bring the other rook over. And it just gets that much more dangerous for this king here. So castle, rook over is the plan. I guess they're going to play f6, but f6 looks really scary. Check here. Castles, and then get ready to win the game with some sack check or something. I don't know. Something like that. Something like that. We'll figure it out. Actually, I probably should go check, because if I don't go check, they might run. They might just run. Like the gingerbread man all the way home. Wait, is that the gingerbread man? No, that's what is it? The Three Little Pigs. We all the way home? No? I'm all confused. I don't know what I'm saying. Just forget I just said that. Okay, bishop f6. Oh, interesting. If I go here, they want to play g6 and somehow try to survive. All right, let's say we castle. Let's say we castle and sack the knight. And then we go rook here. So we're threatening checkmate. So they're going to play g6. Huh. Oh, guys. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Oh, I don't think it works. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Okay, hold everything. Oh, guys, I think I see something amazing. I'm going to play it. I hope I'm right. Well, okay, hold on. Let me check one more thing. Let's go. Let's go. I'm confident. I'm confident. Winning move right here. King E2. Ooh. I will explain it to you. Actually, you will see it because he took it. You will see it. Ready for this? Bam. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Nelson, you forgot about G6. But nope. We've got it. We've got it. This is going to be a checkmate for the puzzle books right here, my friends. Just wait for it. He's going to play G6. He's going to play G6 to stop this. F6 doesn't work. Checkmate. He's going to play G6 100%. You're going to love this one. You're going to love it, guys. And you're going to see why the king had to be on E2 instead of castling too. Because if the king is on... Yep. You guys see it? Pause, and find it. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. This is, I mean, this moment right here, this is why you play chess, for these moments right here. This is what makes all the hard work pay off. Bam! Let's go! Let's go! We have 2 checkmates. We have 2 checkmates. He didn't see it. 2 checkmates. Oh my goodness. And if my king was, look at this. If my king was here, check this out. Check. And if I would have taken it, maybe there's some check. Queen comes back, guards the checkmates. But my king is on a white square. There's no checks. And you have 2 problems. You can stop one of them by moving your bishop or by bringing your queen, but then checkmate. And if you try to stop this checkmate by moving your rook, it's checkmate here. I don't know how I found that. I'm like surprised that I found that. Yes. Wait, did they have King G7? Oh, they resigned. They had King G7. You're right. Oh no, it didn't work. He resigned. He resigned. Wait, did King G7 actually work? I think you're right. I think he could have played King G7 and he resigned. It just gets crazier. It just gets crazier. We got to check. He probably resigned in a winning position. Oh my goodness. Which means I blundered the game away. Oh no. I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe that just happened. Yes, he was winning. He was winning. No. So all my brilliant moves were blunders. All my brilliant moves were blunders. Oh my. I thought I was playing like Tal here, and instead I'm playing like Martin, just giving away my pieces. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Okay, I said we were gonna talk about the fishing pole trap. Well, we have a lot to talk about in this game. Okay. Yeah, first things first. He blunders. I recognized why. We get a free pawn. We defend. I was playing perfect to start off the game. Exactly what Stockfish would have done. Okay, Stockfish would have thrown in this move. I'm not sure why it likes that. But it would have thrown it in and played A3 to just defend. Okay, whatever. Bishop D3 is also a solid move. And yeah, again, Stockfish is moving the bishop back. It's just like, this just is not the way. It's just not the way. And it's again because they don't take you. They don't have to take you. They can just do some other stuff. So I really need to stop doing the fishing pole trap against like really good players. Okay, so they mess up and take it. Better move is just Bishop G4. Basically, just play the game like nothing ever happened. Just don't worry about it right now. Okay, they took it though. I think they missed. Yep, Bishop H7 check. Nice little tactic. And I was going to talk about, okay, so by the way, guys, so here's the thing. This is the whole reason we do the fishing pole trap. If they just go here, like a normal looking move. Oh, I didn't even see that. Well, yeah, okay. You can actually do it like this in this particular case. Checkmate, okay? But the normal way you would do it would be bring the queen out, threatening checkmate. They can try to run away, but you don't go here and let them run. You block it off, and then you checkmate. And this would work even if the bishop wasn't on the board in this particular case, right? You could still do it with just the queen, the rook, and the pawn in a lot of the cases. Okay? So that's kind of the point of the fishing pole trap. Now, it doesn't generally work if they can block off your queen, which I think is what my opponent thought. Oh, I block off the queen, they have nothing. They missed this other tactic where we take the knight. Okay, cool. Yeah, apparently just queen h5 is the best. So what was the plan after this? Just play knight e2. Let's say black does something like this. Plant my knight in the middle of the board. And then just defend. I just basically stockfish like, look, I'm up some pawns. I don't have to do anything fancy. I'm just going to plant my knight here and have a nice game. That's it. Nice and simple. Rook h5. Yeah, okay, apparently king d2 actually was a good move with the idea that if this happens, you just get rid of that annoying bishop and step away from... Oh, no, you have to play queen d4. Trade the queens and win the endgame. I thought I was so brilliant here, guys. I really did. Man. Well, now I feel silly. Okay. I thought... I'll tell you what I thought. I thought, you know, you can't stop both. I mean, I told you what I thought. I didn't see king g7. That's really fascinating. Just go there and run away. Yep. I mean, I'm down a rook and a piece. I'm definitely losing this game. I don't have anything now. The king just runs. He's going to run over here and hide. Wow. See, I do that a lot, actually. I miss moves. I think I've covered everything and I just miss moves, right? Man. I was thinking also about throwing in the check first here, like this, and then going check, and then going here. I thought initially this was going to be better, but then I was like, no, he's going to move the F pawn and run away, right? So I thought I was so clever by doing it this way, because as soon as you play G6, now I can do the same idea, and there is no F6 and run away because checkmate. Yeah, king G7. It's not a normal move in these positions. Normally, you can't just move your king up and run away when you're being attacked. You have to like defend or block or something. And so my opponent thought the exact same thing I did. Like, yep, I'm done, right? I can't do anything about these. And that's really interesting how two, high-level players can have the same blind spot, right? That's actually really instructive, I think. Man. Okay. So we intimidated them into resigning in a one position. Wow. I mean, wow. Okay, guys. So this was a good stream. We I'll show you the result. We didn't lose a game. We did not lose a game. We had 3, 4, 5 wins and 1 draw. And the game that we drew, let's be honest, our opponent defended like a monster. If you guys didn't see this game, our opponent defended like an absolute monster, right? We had this amazing position. It was another fishing pole trap that we shouldn't have done. We got this crazy attack, and they found every move to defend. And we kept attacking. They kept finding the moves, and we ended up getting the draw. So overall, I think I'm getting better. I think I'm starting to make some better decisions. I need to, stop doing the fishing pole trap when it doesn't work, which is apparently most of the time. But apart from that, yeah, pretty happy with how this went. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. I'll see you next time. I've got, like I said, 20 days. Yeah. And then everybody in Chess Vibes Academy, I will see you guys later this week. Yeah, we have a Chess Vibes Academy special live stream this week. So I'll see you guys there. All right. Exactly 4 hours. Nice. Good timing. Thanks for being here, everybody. See you next